Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, it's time of recess. The House is ready to consider item 6, House Bill 753 by Chairman Faison relative to low-income housing. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 539.
Chairman Faison moves to substitute conform to Senate Bill 539, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 539 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 539 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This includes the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next move, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a simple bill that hopefully will help spur some low-income housing developments for working-class Tennesseans. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Faison renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, I'm curious to see how this bill that we've conformed to in the Senate is going to improve and increase affordable housing. If you could, please elaborate.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. For years in Tennessee, we have allowed the local assessors to tax the incentive to build low-income housing. In turn, that's really made the vast majority of our low-income housing developments be built in the big four, if you will, big five. I'm hoping to see that happen more in rural Tennessee. And I think if we give the local government option of opting in, saying, you know what, we're not going to tax this incentive, I think you're going to see that happen in rural Tennessee.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is, as I understand, the Senate version is permissive for the local folks to determine whether this discounted tax rate is implemented or not. Is that correct?
Chairman Faison.
Correct.
Chairman Faison.
That's correct.
Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I understand it, these federal tax credits, there's a limited number of federal tax credits that the federal government offers to incentivize developers and contractors to build affordable housing. And so once those tax credits are gobbled up, there are no more tax credits available to incentivize a builder or developer to build these affordable houses. And as you know, Mr. Sponsor, I did not like this bill in committee and I don't like it now. I guess I like it a little bit better now that we've made it permissive to allow the locals to determine whether they want to allow this or not. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will stop there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman Clemens.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just curious. So we've got a lot of developers in the state of Tennessee that want to build affordable housing. Is this going to incentivize them to build affordable housing? How is it going to benefit them, and how is it going to incentivize them? We've got people across the entire state investing in this, thankfully. So can you talk about how this is going to benefit the developers who are interested in doing this?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, we've done several things this year to incentivize affordable housing. This is an attempt for low-income housing. For me, the representative a minute ago talked about there is a certain number of tax credits that will be given out from the federal government here. The majority of those tax credits have been gobbled up in areas such as where you represent. I'm hoping that this will be an incentive for some rural communities who want to forwardly think, how can we get some developments here? And they'll use those tax credits there. Nashville, where you represent, has been very smart, and they've created pilot projects, and they're doing an excellent job at giving incentives from Metro to developers. And I'm hoping this will be an incentive for people in the surrounding areas of Metro Nashville as well.
Chairman Clements.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've tried to do a good job here in Nashville. We've passed bills in recent years. A couple of my first two bills were affordable housing, workforce housing bills when I first started serving up here. But affordable housing and workforce housing are needed across the state. I mean, I heard from people in Bolivar just this past fall about this issue. I've heard people all across the state, rural and urban communities. I know we got developers in Knox County that are doing great work. So is this going to benefit all of them or only a few? And then secondarily, the grants and stuff that are already being provided, the pilots that are being done, is just going to detrimentally impact what's already being done?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, in fact, will help throughout all the state of Tennessee, and this will not hurt what we've done recently. Bill I passed yesterday. It will complement what we've done.
Chairman Clements.
But it won't, anything that's in the system right now, any of these pilot projects, any of this current tax structure, this isn't going to throw a wrench in anybody who wants to develop affordable or workforce housing under any existing project. This isn't going to affect them in any way negatively.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not at all. I think this is going to complement everything that we're doing and work right along with that. This is just another tool in the belt if the local government decides they want to do this. It's permissive. It doesn't mandate them.
Chairman Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Spicky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor of the bill. I just got to get some clarification on here for the county that I represent that is struggling with water and infrastructure costs mightily, that we're about ready to borrow $500 million to help solve this problem. This bill is not limited to rural counties. It's statewide application. Is that correct?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it is statewide application, not local, general.
Chairman Spicky.
And then a follow-up to that is this restricted to multi-unit housing, or can this be single-family residences?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for multi-unit.
Chairman Spicky.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you for bringing this bill. This is actually an exercise in economics and free market participation. The reason that you don't see much affordable housing and that workforce product that people need as they begin to build themselves up through the community is a couple of reasons. Number one is that the costs of development these days is sky high. And who has brought those costs to us? It's been courtesy of local utility companies and local municipalities and their zoning ordinances. They have prevented this from being a market force driven product that people want to buy or want to develop so that people can afford to buy it. So this bill, think about this, prior to this bill, the federal government is giving a tax credit incentive to a developer that may be the margin that it takes to receive an acceptable return on investment for them to build the product. And what's happening is we have local county officials that are then saying, we refuse to acknowledge that credit. We're counting that as value of the unit. So they are basically reversing the incentive that has been given to the developer to develop the project in the first place. This bill, frankly, I understand that it's now permissive because you've acquiesced to the Senate's version, and I understand that we all have reasons for doing that. And we don't always get what we want. Sometimes if we just might try, we get what we need. But I would say, sponsor, this is a great common sense bill. And for those of us who don't follow the double standard that says, hey, I think we need to have affordable housing, but not in my community, this bill helps with that and allows people to fight and swim upstream to where they can fight the economics, to where they can provide it, where folks who need a place to live can have a place to live. And I look forward to voting. I wish I could push my button 2 or 3 times. Thank you.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope he will go push the button of the gentleman from the Cumberland as well.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor. And I do appreciate the bill that you're bringing, and I appreciate the effort, and I appreciate you making a concession for it to make it to be permissible, but I mean permissive. But I just wanted to just state, and I think I've told you my concerns with it, is that a lot of times when they do these projects, they put them in areas that will be in a lot of times like my community where the values of the homes and the dirt is depressed. And I just am concerned that they will start to build more of these projects in these areas, which will inhibit pockets of poverty. And I know that there's a range of how many units within a project that can go under the median income level. But I'm going to vote for the bill because I think we need to do anything we can do to have affordable housing. And I think this will help, but that was just my concern. But I appreciate you working to try to mitigate that. So thank you.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to just answer that real quick. What you do need to know is that if you receive federal tax credits as an incentive to develop something like what we're doing, you would often, these developers will take a blighted building and rehab it, or they'll build completely new. What you call the projects, what we're dealing with here is nothing like the projects. These have to have a major high standard. The owner has to retain ownership for 20 years. This is quite a different crowd from what it looked like when you and I were younger.
Representative Dixie.
And I apologize for that. When I was saying project, I meant as in the actual project being built, not government housing projects. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on that. But two, like in a couple times within my community, I've seen the bait and switch where they come in, they build this, and they'll say, well, we're gonna have this affordable housing, and then it ends up being market rate after a few years. And then they also don't keep it up as well. But hopefully, as we do this, the developers and the builders will be more conscientious and be good community partners, because we are taking a risk on this to make this sure that we can have affordable housing. But also, we just need to make sure that it is another tool in the toolbox. But again, my concern is just about the concentrated poverty, because the dirt is cheaper in these blighted areas, which is an economic model for builders and developers. And I understand that, but I just want us to make sure that there are some guardrails that we can make sure that they abide by. But thank you again for listening to me and hearing me.
Chairman Faison. Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fully support the bill. Actually agree with not only with my colleague from Shelby County's suit choice today, but also his points. And to push back and just say from my friend from Davidson County. So here's the thing you got to remember. These margins are extremely tight. And so when you pencil these deals out and you try to make sense of them, having this extra money can give you the leverage to maybe choose a different area, to not concentrate it, to maybe go somewhere and know that you're just not going to lose the deal because the taxes are so high in one area versus another. So actually, this will help increase the quality of the builds. And sometimes when you're looking at what kind of construction that you want to use, if you want to put up a nice hardy versus a vinyl, things like that, when you save the money through this bill, it's going to make the products in our communities much nicer. So I appreciate the bill. I think it's a great thing that we're doing here, and anything we can do to build more workforce housing. It's the number one issue I hear about. Number one issue is expenses, cost of living, housing, affordability, and anything we can do to help offset those costs is really critical, and it's really critical for the people that are in the business developing these deals. So thank you for the bill.
Representative Shaw.
Mr. Speaker, I call for question on the bill.
Question's been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 539, vote aye as the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Doggis. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 6915, nays, 7 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 539 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was the chairman's last bill. Thank you for your service to our state, sir.
Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2309 by Representative Carringer relative to criminal conduct. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2468.
Chair Lady Carringer moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2468, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2468 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Carringer moves passage of Senate Bill 2468 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2309 requires an addition to any sentence imposed for the criminal offense of vandalism. A court must impose a fine of at least twice the total amount of any property damage, loss, or expenses related to cleaning and restoration when the offense occurs at a house of worship. We've also added a amendment that establishes criminal and civil penalties for targeting houses of worship or interfering with religious freedom. And it makes for individuals practicing their faith or to intentionally damage religious property. And with that, I renew my motion, Speaker.
Chair Lady Carringer renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, since this has to deal with criminal conduct and vandalism, while we were out on break, I had some vandalism happen at my desk. The facing, it's almost unethical. So, this perfect bill, I thought I'd speak on criminal conduct and vandalism. So, if you can pull the tape from the cameras for me, once we finish today, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir. I believe the culprit's the tall one in the back. Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an amendment, but it wasn't recognized. Would this bill cover if damages are made by ICE?
Chair Lady Carringer.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. This would target anyone who goes into a house of worship and causes vandalism or interfering with religious freedom or intimidation.
Representative Salinas.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, because there was a church, I believe is in Gillespie's district, St. Michael's Church, where people were gathered to pray, and ICE was targeting that mass because it had a high number of Hispanics. I think there's about 2,000 people that attend that mass, and I found out from the diocese that ICE did go and tried to go into that service. So I appreciate that this bill covers all people that damage or go into a religious house of worship.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we now have at the desk an untimely filed amendment, House Amendment 2 by Representative Salinas.
Representative Salinas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate you recognizing that amendment. The amendment just specifically clarifies that ICE is also included in this bill. And with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 2. All those in favor of considering amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 70 days.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 2 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2468 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays, 1 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2468 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Mr. Clerk, call the next bill.
House Bill 1881 by Chairman Slater.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move this item to tomorrow's regular calendar, please.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 9, House Bill 1759 by Chairman Slater, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on desk.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and I move to move passage of House Bill 1759 on third and final consideration. We will try it again. I do move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1762.
Chairman Slater moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1762, properly seconded without objection, so ordered. Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1762 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Slater moves passage of Senate Bill 1762 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment makes the bill. Move to adopt.
Chairman White moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill authorizes the operation of adult charter schools. I renew my motion.
Chairman Slater renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we discussed in committee, I guess my concern, and please alleviate my concern in terms of funding these adult students. The way I'm understanding it, these will be students considered in the TISA formula, and they will be receiving funds from our limited amount of funds for their adult education. And by adult, I mean 30, 40, 50 years. There's no cap on what these students that are eligible for this program. Is that correct?
Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me give a little bit of background and then answer your question directly. First of all, we already have adult high schools in Tennessee. Those adults who attend adult high schools, they do receive TISA funds. We also have in Tennessee, over in Shelby County, a school like the one that we're proposing here, but it's a contracted school. So it's a charter school under contract with Shelby County. And those students, those adult students also receive funding through TISA. So we already have that in place. This doesn't change any of that. There is a little bit of difference between the students, these adult students that would attend these adult high schools when it comes to the TISA funding formula, in that they would receive the base. They would also receive the outcome portion. They would not receive direct funds or weighted funding from the TISA funding formula. But yes, just like other adult high school students in Tennessee, they would receive funds from TISA funding formula.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I like the basis of the program. I mean, there's folks getting a new start, people that may have been, incarcerated. They don't want to get a GED. They want to get a full high school diploma, or they may have creative learning kind of technologies within that charter. My concern is just there's only so much money that we have available for our K through 12 students. And the competition for those limited amounts of funding is my concern. As you say, you know, we have one in Knox County. You talked about the pilot program that they did in Shelby. All those are good things, but when we now going to kind of open up the pipeline, that concerns me in terms of just the funding. To me, this is a great workforce development kind of tool to get our citizens, you know, qualified for certain types of jobs. But and again, so I'll ask, are you not concerned? This will be my last question. Are you not concerned that this may actually get into the meat of our funding of our public and charter schools within Tennessee?
Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully this will alleviate some of your concerns. What I'm most concerned with is the fact that we have almost 600,000 working-aged adults in Tennessee that do not have a high school diploma. Those individuals, if we can give some of them an opportunity to receive a high school diploma that may lead to further credentials, perhaps an associate's degree or even a bachelor's degree, then those individuals will be able to give us a return on their investment and on our investment when it comes to education. When it comes to education, I don't see a difference in investing in a 5-year-old, a 15-year-old, or even a 50-year-old who wants to make a better life for themselves and for their family. That's what I'm most concerned about, is that we would leave behind almost 600,000 adults in Tennessee. And so that's why I brought this legislation.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it concerning that you don't see the difference between pre-K through 12 grader children in the state of Tennessee who we have a duty to educate. And I don't know at what point we stop stealing money from our public schools to fund these charter schools. I mean, where's the line? I mean, it's the fair question. And there's a difference between existing adult education programs that may be funded and charter schools. Charter schools are wholly different, wholly separate, unregulated, and generally profit-driven. That is completely different than other existing programs that the state funds through TISA. We have no business stealing more money from our pre-K through 12th grade students, which is the overwhelming majority of students, and funding and continuing to fund more and more charter schools. Now, because of a law we just passed, these can be religious and other faith-based charter schools. So now you're going to have random churches of all denominations, religions, or whatever, setting up charter schools, creating potentially adult education programs just to pull more money out of TISA. For what reasons, who knows? But my question to you is, where's the line? Where do we stop stealing money from our public schools, our real public schools?
Chairman Slater.
Well, I think we have to first start with the fact that charter schools are public schools. This is a public school. And this charter school, which we're talking about here, which would be an adult charter school, could take the same pathway. For example, Davidson County, Metro Nashville Public Schools, they could authorize a charter school, or the Tennessee Charter Commission could. So I don't see this as stealing anybody's money. We're educating individuals, and these individuals should have an opportunity to receive an education. And this is just one more way. We already have adult high schools that are public schools operated by many of our LEAs across the state. This is just one more opportunity in order to give these adults an opportunity to move forward.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, if we actually fully funded our real public schools, and let's not kid anybody, this legal fiction that charter schools are somehow equivalent to our real public schools, it's two completely different things, apples and oranges. And if we really wanted to address educational needs, to improve graduation rates to the point where we wouldn't need all these extra adult education programs, we would invest fully in our public schools, pre-K through 12. But the more we continue to fail to fully fund our traditional public schools, the more children fall through the cracks, the more that don't graduate, and the more that are going to need adult education. So why don't we start with square one, focus on fully funding our traditional public schools, our real public schools, improve graduation rates, eliminate the need as much as we can for these adult education programs, and draw the line in the sand and stop stealing more money from our underfunded public schools. That's my request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Slater.
Thank you. I would point out that there is a difference between traditional public schools and public charter schools. And that difference is this, is that when a public charter school is failing, then it closes, and charter schools have closed. Our traditional public schools, when they fail, they stay open and continue not to educate the children that are entrusted to them. And perhaps that's the reason why the adults need opportunities like this, because they didn't have an opportunity to go to a school.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the state tried to take over these schools, and that failed. And we have a constitutional duty to educate these children, meaning we have a constitutional duty to fully fund these schools to educate these children, to make sure these teachers have the resources that we need, that they need. So stop failing our students, stop stealing their money, and stop referring to charter schools as public schools.
Chairman Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am proud to be working on legislation and policies that make our public schools better. Yes, we do have a constitutional obligation to every student in Tennessee, and our caucus has been working very hard to make sure that we put the policies in place that will bring accountability and bring high standards to all of our public schools, and I'm pleased to be a part of that.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I do understand your concern for those adults who have, for various reasons, not achieved their high school diploma. I do understand the desire to have this type of program. I do think it can be effective. I would caution you, though, that we can't just put all the blame on the public school system. There are many varied reasons why a person may not be able to complete their high school diploma. There are many varied reasons why one may have what's called adverse childhood experiences. A lot of kids in high school end up having to work at a young age because of the socioeconomic dynamics in their society, in their community. And so while I do understand the need for this and see a pathway forward, I think there's a cautionary tale, though, that we just throw out their blanket statements that the reason that these 600,000 students without high school diplomas is because the public school system failed them. I think there's a place for, again, this type of program. And I think there's an opportunity for us to look at pathways to encourage these students, once they get out of this program, to apply for the Tennessee Reconnect or Tennessee Promise, because they certainly would qualify because they're beyond the traditional college age, some of them to go back and get that. So just want to add those comments to it, Mr. Sponsor.
Chairman Slade.
Thank you, and I appreciate that caution. I hope that I didn't imply or that you didn't infer that that I feel that it's because of that every adult is in the situation that they are because of the school where they attended, the public school that they attended. That certainly was not what I was implying. You're exactly right. There are a lot of reasons why adults find themselves where they are. That's one of the reasons to bring legislation forward like this, because for whatever reason that an adult may have found themselves without a high school diploma, I think that we should do everything that we can so that we offer them that opportunity. I renew my motion.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just couldn't miss the opportunity to say that this body, since we've been in control of it, has spent $4.6 billion new dollars in public education in the state of Tennessee. I think that's to be rewarded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I called the previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As there a member vote, as the member wish change vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 19 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1762 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 18 nays, two present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1762 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to item 13. Item 13, House Bill 1690, by Representative Hicks of Washington, relative to motor vehicle financial responsibility. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on this.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1667.
Representative Hicks moves substitute form Senate Bill 1667, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1667 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 1667 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Transportation Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation strengthens the enforcement of Tennessee financial responsibility law without impacting compliant drivers. It increases updated penalties that currently fail to deter uninsured driving and directs those revenues towards county clerks, Department of Safety, and the Uninsured Motorist Fund to support enforcement and administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1667 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 22 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1667 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1720 by Representative Hicks, relative to zoning outside of municipal boundaries. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1771.
Representative Hicks moves substitute form Senate Bill 1771, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1771 on third and final consideration.
Representative Hicks moves passage of Senate Bill 1771 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call for First Amendment.
House Finance Ways Means Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Same as Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1771 places counties in charge of zoning outside the city limits and prevents cities from regulating land they don't govern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1771 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 15 nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1771 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion for reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is ready for item 17. Item 17, House Joint Resolution 1479 by Representative Reeves, a resolution to honor Carton on the occasion of its 200th anniversary.
Representative Reeves, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 1479.
Representative Reeves moves adoption. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up first amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Representative Jones and Davidson. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, colleagues. There's a scripture in Genesis that says when injustice happened, the blood cried out. And that's why I'm here to speak for today, is that in this bill, we hear the blood of enslaved people crying out. We're honoring a plantation. And I spoke to the sponsor about this. And when I bumped this off consent calendar, he said, I saw you bumped it. Do you just want to speak about race? And I said, no, I want to speak about history. He said, well, I took the word plantation out of it so that it wouldn't be as controversial. But removing the word plantation and just calling it Carton does not remove the reality, in fact, that this was a plantation. And so what we're seeing with sites like this is we see this romanticizing of plantations, the sanitizing of the brutal history of slavery present in these sites, and ignoring that this was a site of torture, of rape, and of human trafficking. The amendment that's coming up after this I wanted to add to this bill states that whereas Carton Plantation was constructed and maintained largely through the labor of enslaved people, in 1860, the McGavick family enslaved 44
Representative
people.
Jones, no offense, but we are on Amendment 1, not Amendment 2. My understanding is, based on the clerk, you're reading from Amendment 1 potentially? We're on Amendment 1, you're reading from Amendment 2. If you want to read from Amendment 1, what we have, that'd be helpful. Representative Jones.
Thank you. Again, this amendment is about referring to the fact and truth that this was a plantation. And so in 1860, the McGavick family enslaved 44 people who worked the land and lived under the threat of violence and separation. These enslaved persons endured systemic oppression, including hard labor, forced relocation to Alabama during the Civil War, and separation from their loved ones. The brutal
All right,
system.
Representative Jones, you're out of order. You're still reading from Amendment 2. The clerk has interpreted you reading Amendment 2. I've already gave you one warning. We're moving on. You're moving. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question on Amendment 1.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of adopting Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 69 nays.
Amendment number 1 fails. Representative Jones, you're recognized. Oh, next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 2 by Representative Jones and Davidson. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the clerk please read this amendment for the chamber?
Representative McCalman, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question on the amendment and the bill.
Previous question's been called. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 65, 19 nays.
Previous question prevails. Mr. Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was about a member being recognized during a time another member is presenting an amendment. In this case, the member had made a request that the amendment be read. Another member had sought recognition. The speaker recognized that member. That member presented a motion that was a higher ranking motion than the motion to amend, which was the motion for previous question. Therefore, previous question was in order. That motion was on the amendment and the bill, and it prevailed. So the House is now ready to vote on Amendment 2 and then immediately vote on HJR 1479.
All those members in favor of amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 1971, nays 1 present, not voting.
Amendment number 2 fails. We're on the bill. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1479 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 20 nays.
House Joint Resolution 1479 have received constitutional majority. I hereby declare adopted without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Item 19, Senate Bill 1909 by Representative Hicks of Washington relative to drug courts.
Representative Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1909.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion on Senate Bill 1909.
Representative Hicks renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1909, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clark, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 1 nay, 2 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1909 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Speaker, that brings the body back to item 31 from the calendar dated Monday, April 20th, that got rolled to this position previously. House Bill 2359 by Chairman Hawk relative to vapor products. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman, whoop. Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2293.
Chairman Hawk moves passage. Nope, sorry. Chairman Hawk moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2293. Proper motion, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up next amendment. Oh, sorry, Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to move passage of Senate Bill 2293 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hawk moves passage of Senate Bill 2293 on third and final consideration. Proper motion, probably seconded, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up first amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we now have Amendment 4 by Representative Freeman. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 1 minute because this was not timely filed. Members, this is the same amendment that we discussed last week that's going to protect the children of Tennessee. This would not allow a vape vape store to sell vape products within 1,000 feet of our schools. This bill we all agreed on yesterday, and it's now back in front of us after the Senate chose not to take up this amendment. I encourage us all to stand with the children of Tennessee and vote for consideration of Amendment 4.
All right, Representative Freeman has moved for consideration of amendment number 4. Proper motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of considering amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 59 nays, 2 present, not voting.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Hawk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we're all shocked and appalled from what happened the other day, and I'm hearing wows circulating around the room. It's easy to come in here on an amendment that no one has heard in committee or subcommittee and pull on the heartstrings of every single one of us. We all like the amendment that was offered, but the practicality of not going through the committee process to discuss the ins and outs and what was happening with that particular amendment became problematic. There's nobody in this room that has worked harder to get vapes out of the hands of underage consumers more so than I have, and I'll take a little bit of credit for that, by gosh. Last year, this time, we were working on vape legislation. It was a very tenuous conversation. Several of our members lost weeks of their life, nights of sleep, trying to get us to where we could pass a piece of legislation, and we did. Was it perfect? No. I've mentioned that several times on this House floor, that there's no perfect piece of legislation, just like there's no perfect budget, but it moves us further down the road. We were able to identify that 40%, roughly, of vape stores were selling to underage consumers. We're putting a stop to that. Many of the aspects that we passed this time last year on the vape legislation have still yet to go into effect because many of these vape stores needed time to sell inventory, needed time to get rid of what they had on their shelves. We've made those products illegal now for the most part, but we've given them time to get them off their shelves. We are heading in the right direction. What this piece of legislation does now is a simple cleanup. It makes 2 targeted fixes to strengthen the framework of the vape legislation from last year. First, it closes a loophole in the definition of consumable material to cover synthetic nicotine, not just natural nicotine. Many manufacturers were sidestepping our law by using lab-made alternatives to nicotine. They change a little analog and it becomes legal again. And secondly, it clarifies that fines for vapor product violations are issued by the Alcoholic Beverage Commission. 2 very small things. The answer to the question, do you think we need to do more? Hell yes. We need to do more, and we will do more in the future. This is the cleanup to the bill that we're working on right now. I thank you for understanding what I'm saying up here, and I ask for your support. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hawk renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the wow was a complete disappointment in this body. This is on the bill. It is on the bill. The fact that we have allowed for big tobacco to come in here and twist our arms and allow us to not protect the children. The bill that we're talking about, we had an amendment that would have done exactly what my last amendment did, which would have kept vape stores outside 1,000 feet of schools. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to do exactly what you're saying. We had an opportunity to protect the kids of Tennessee. But instead, we're going to allow big tobacco and lobbyists to come in here and tell us what's right? Shame on you. Shame on all of you. You know what's right. I didn't pull on heartstrings. I told what's right. I told the truth. I told that right now in Tennessee, 1 in 5 vape stores are selling illegally to children. I told that we have vape stores right next door to schools. We had an opportunity to do something, and you guys let lobbyists come in and tell you what's right? Shame on you. Shame on you.
All right, Chairman Hall. Very
Renew
good.
my motion.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of folks know me, a lot of folks don't know me. But I'm a process-driven person. And as long as the process is implemented, I'm okay. Spent 8 years on Knox County Commission, only minority, one or two Democrats. I'm used to being in the super minority, so that's not the issue, and that's not why I rise today. Why I rise today is, you're right, Chairman. That process was not followed. But we've sat here today and seen processes not followed. We've sat in committee, we're getting last-minute amendments all the time. Substantial amendments that should go back through the committee process. But you all choose not to. And it's just a choice. I don't want to do it. It's the right thing, and your heart tells you it's the right thing. But you don't do it for whatever reason. Why? And I won't even venture as to what those reasons are. But you're right. The process was not. But I wish you and the rest of us would stand up for the process. Because what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. If it's something you're passionate about and it's wrong, you should get up and say that. If it's something you're passionate about and you're right, you should get up and say that too. Be strong enough. Be women and men enough to say, we are one of 99 that doggone have been sent here to run this state the right way. And we've not done that. You're right. But I got 110 other examples where we've done exactly what you're railing against. And I get your railing. I promise you I do. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful for you in this bill. I get the railing. But that emotion, I wish I could see it from some of us when you all know the wrong things being done. The wrong thing's been done today. The wrong thing was done yesterday. And you all see it, and you know that it's wrong. But I'm going to go right along with it. So again, I applaud you. But you're in the right room. You're lucky. But the process wasn't followed. I get that. And on that merit, I get it. But I wish you all would stick to that. And that has not happened in the 114th General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Hall.
Renew my motion.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think it's important. I appreciate the passion from the representative from Davidson County, but it's important to look at the amendment that he provided. It doesn't even go into effect till July 1st, 2027, so he can bring that passion next year to bring a bill to address it. He also could have addressed it in finance. When we were in the committee process, you could have brought this so it could have been vetted. That's one of the issues. But I do resent the fact that Chairman Hawk, myself, and Leader Cochran were sitting in the conference room last year on this particular bill, doing all we could to push back on big tobacco and to protect children. And so it's a little disingenuous to say that when we did all this work last year and we voted on this bill to ensure the protection of children, pushing back against big tobacco, pushing back against tobacco.
Representative Freeman, Representative Zachary, y'all got a comment. You got a comment. You're about. I know there's passion. Passion. Deputy Speaker Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, members, it's important to remember that we did this work last year pushing back on big tobacco that pushed an amendment that was very different than the bill we passed with your leadership, Chairman Hawk. I appreciate you and Leader Cochran being a part of that. And I appreciate the process that we've gone through the committee process to ensure we protect children from these vape stores and the illegal Chinese products that are being sold through these vape stores. Thank you for your work. Thank you for the genuine support that you provide in protecting children.
Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always like the last few days, people get very spirited about an amendment that yesterday was adopted. When the Senate sent the bill back over, we did follow the procedure. The Senate bill was then on the desk. Obviously, a vote was taken on an amendment that was not taken up at that time, but the procedure that we followed was the same thing that would have happened on any other message or in any other bill that would have come back over from the Senate. So that's the reason we're on the Senate bill. I just wanted to at least bring that up because that was the procedure. And if for no other reason, give everybody a chance to maybe not keep shouting at each other for just a second. I know you're very passionate, but that we were on a Senate bill for a reason. So just my 2 cents.
Representative Warner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 21 nays, 1 present, not voted.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2293 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 16 nays.
Senate Bill 2293 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare pass without objection. Most for serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body to item 34. Item 34 on Monday, April 20 calendar. House Bill 2085 by Representative Boyd relative to government finances. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill's on the desk.
Representative Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1672.
Representative Boyd moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 1672. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1672 on third and final consideration.
Representative Boyd moves passage of Senate Bill 1672 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Chairman Hicks moves to withdraw Amendment Number 2 without objection. So ordered. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3, but Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would simply, all this does is change the language to make the mayor of Nashville the chairman of the tourism board rather than appointee of an unknown governor. I move for consideration.
It's a proper motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of Amendment Number 3. All those in favor of considering Amendment Number 3 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 19, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider Amendment Number 3 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2085 deals with Nashville's tourism development zone. This bill comes to us after a great deal of work between the Speaker of the House, the Speaker of the Senate, ECD, and the City of Nashville. To give you a little bit of historical context, back in 1998, The Tourism Development Financing Act of 1988 was done to create a tourism development zone in Nashville to help finance the construction of the Music City Center. As many of you know, that's become one of the nation's leading convention centers, and so it has been a huge success. We would like to continue that. So this will extend the tourism development zone to the year 2043. It will create the Joint Capital Tourism Board, which is made up of members appointed by the speakers, the governor, as well as metro officials. They will work together to tailor the use of excess funds generated by the TDZ to provide for consistent with profitable tourism in Nashville, such as financing a major expansion to the Music City Center. They will create a mega events fund to work toward recruiting things such as Super Bowl, WrestleMania, NCAA championships. The money will also go toward public safety, public space, cleanliness, and for funding of infrastructure on the East Bank. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Boyd renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to publicly thank the sponsor as well, the two speakers, for their work on this. While not a perfect bill, it does a lot of good for the city of Nashville, for the events that we want to have, to expansion of the convention center, as well as a lot of the work that we need to do downtown. So thank you very much.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I say this a lot down here, but nothing says I love your bill like signing on as a co-sponsor. And there's still time. If you'd like to come down here, we have bipartisan support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike Representative Hemmer, I actually have a majority of this section of Nashville in my district. Can you all just put yourselves in our shoes for 1 minute as Nashville legislators? This, and Chairman Boyd, this has nothing, and I thank you, I understand the position you're in. Senator Oliver and I, who represent this district, have not been included at all in any of the negotiations around this deal with the lobbyists, with the city of Nashville, not even our mayor. We have the shadow mayor of Nashville, Speaker Sexton. But imagine this body legislating your districts, everything that you do in your districts, and leaving you out of it. And that is the experience of myself and the majority of my colleagues in Davidson County. And I'm sorry, but Nashville does not, I understand the business advantages to this. I truly do. $300 million for Oracle, of which, okay, great. They've just cut a bunch of jobs. Who knows if they'll deliver on those commitments to TNECD, right? I understand the convention center is important. I understand you all want the Super Bowl. Do you know what my constituents are asking for? Not the fucking Super Bowl.
And she's not going to the Super Bowl. I understand. Representative Bain, you're recognized. Representative Bain, you can go.
And I'm back. Okay. My constituents, they want affordable housing. They want to be able to leave their house. I could not leave my house when Taylor Swift played at Nissan Stadium for 2 days. What standard of living is that? They want to be able to send their kids to daycare. They don't want to struggle to pay for groceries. They want a standard of living where they can walk to their post office, they can walk to their grocery store, and they can send their kids to good public schools. So to our shadow mayor of Nashville, I understand that this was probably the best deal that you could give the duly noted legislators from Davidson County. Thank you, I guess. But for the record, please, please include us in these negotiations moving forward. I know you don't have to, but our districts deserve it. Thank you.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, the $300 million that you referenced is for the entire East Bank. That would include everything that's going on the East Bank over there. And the city of Nashville had a seat at the table. There was collaboration with them. And I will remind you that about 70% of the revenue is state revenue. that's being used. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Hammer, I think your name was called. I don't know if you want to use it or not. No. All right. Representative Love.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for yielding for some questions and comments. I think it needs to be stated that as we are looking at this legislation, many of us who are here in the city have watched the transformation of our city. As a lifelong Nashvilleian, I've watched the riverfront grow from a place where you could actually go down to the riverfront to a place that is, of course, generating a lot of dollars for the state. And I think the frustration that many of our constituencies have is that as the tourism has grown, there have not been a lot of investments back into the neighborhoods, which is not the state's problem, but however, it is a concern that many persons have. And so I just caution us as we keep these tourist development zones growing, and we've had legislation about things that can be done in that zone, that we do make efforts to think about how we can invest back into our neighborhoods and back into the constituency that surround that zone, because oftentimes it becomes a destination place and is passed by as people try to go into these areas. And so just, again, it's not the state's problem. And so I'm also speaking to those who aren't in this chamber, who need to hear this also, that we do have concerns about what investments can be made after these dollars come in. So thank you, sir, for hearing me out.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate your comments. I know we've spoken about this, and you pointed those out to me as well. And perhaps the city of Nashville will do some of those things as you were talking about.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as one of the councilmen who was one of the original supporters of the new convention center, you know, went around trying to get votes for that on the council floor, build it, and they will come. I kept telling my colleagues, and they have came. You know, all these new hotels we've got, it took a lot of hotels to get to the point where our city's now in the position to be able to host a Super Bowl, to be able to host the Final Four, to be able to bring all these tourists into our town that keeps my constituents' property taxes lower, because the money's coming into our city from all over the world that these tourists are bringing to our city, making our city the it city. So I appreciate this. I appreciate what we're trying to do. This bill is one of the few bills that we've worked together between the city and the state to do something that's good. And I appreciate whether it's the mayor, the shadow mayor, or whoever it may be, if we can bring these types of events to our city, revitalize that East Bank, bring in the type of jobs and corporations that it's doing, and on top of it, have a new TPAC as well down there for our constituents in Nashville and all over the state to enjoy. I appreciate that. So, Chairman Boyd, I've given you a hard time over some of your other legislation this week, but hey, I appreciate this. And Shadow Mayor, I guess thank you as well.
Representative Powell.
Listen, I rise because my constituents feel like the true essence of Nashville is being forgotten. I'm a lifelong Nashvilleian, proud to be born and raised in this city. And I've seen the character of our city disappear. It has become harder and harder for the people of Nashville to afford to live here. We've seen tax raises after tax raises. We've seen simple things like going out to eat. Those prices have risen through the roof. And I think it's interesting the word collaboration was used because, yeah, it does seem like there's some collaboration. And the collaboration didn't exist between the representatives of Nashville. That's the reality. And we have taken something that has worked that was locally controlled, and now we're taking that power away and we're making it state controlled. And that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. I was lucky enough to go out to a gala for my wife this weekend and stay downtown and look out over the convention center. And the ridiculousness that you see as a Nashvilleian of not even being able to, it took me 30 minutes to get from Cordell Hull Building to the convention center. The traffic is so bad. The infrastructure is not there. And the only thing we're getting is some underground tunnel. Come on. We were promised a deal that we were going to focus on taking care of Nashville again by the city, getting back to the roots of Nashville, taking care of our neighborhoods. And that has not happened. That has not happened. We are so focused on tourists that we're not focused on the people of Nashville. And I am proud of what we have built here and what we have done in this city, but it was done because of the character, the history, the richness of Nashville. And you know, I've even heard, and I want the sponsor to say this, I've heard that there's money set aside in this bill to offset the property taxes for downtown businesses. So we're offsetting the taxes for Kid Rock and Jason Aldean, but not for the residents that I represent. We're not getting a property tax break. And we're calling that safety and security. What a shame. This was a poorly negotiated bill. It was awful. I don't know who negotiated this, but this is a horrendous negotiation. And look, if Speaker Sexton negotiated it, then kudos to him because he pulled one over on the people in Nashville. Because this is going to further make this city, not the it city, but the amusement park city. We are making Nashville not a place for Nashvillians. We're making it a place for everybody else to come here and take advantage of some of the precious things we love about this city. And I hope my friends from the suburbs are looking, are listening to what I'm saying and looking, because it's going to do the same thing to your suburbs. You're going to lose that quiet character of your suburban communities around Nashville. And I hear that from your constituents too, how their suburbs are no longer like they used to be. These peaceful places where we had neighborhoods and communities that people valued. This is an absolutely ridiculously negotiated bill. We're giving away local control to the state. We're helping out people who are downtown, not people that are business owners, not the people that should be helped, which are the taxpayers. And so I want to caution people, this is a tale of how things can go completely wrong as a city and a state.
Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is no doubt that Nashville's TDZ has been a catalyst that has created this great tourism economic engine that we have in Nashville that it has paid huge dividends. And it's important, I think, that we sometimes stop and thank the people that have dug the well that we're drinking out of. And my colleague from Davidson County that spoke, not the one that just spoke for the entire 5 minutes, but the one right before him who bragged on the TDZ. Thank you for the work that you did back in '98 on the city council. We appreciate that. It's rare that we agree on anything, but I think you did the right thing. Thank you, and I hope you sign on to the bill. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
All right. Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Shadow Mayor. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're all voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1672, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 6 nays, 3 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 1672, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House is ready for item 42, House Bill 1450 by Chairman Baum relative to bail.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 1450 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Baum moves passage, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption. Committee Amendment number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have 3 untimely filed amendments by Representative Pearson, who I don't believe is here.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
All right. Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when someone is arrested and in jail waiting for their trial hearing, they can get bailed out of jail in a couple of different ways. They can post the bail themselves. A family member or a legal guardian can do this on their behalf. They can go to a professional bail bondsman, or they can be bailed out with an entity that is not any of the prior ones that I mentioned, an entity that's not licensed by the state. What this bill would do is it would put up 2 guardrails for this last group, which I'm going to refer to as the non-licensed group. Number 1, it would say that this non-licensed group cannot bail the same person out more than 1 time per year. And number 2, they cannot post bail for that person in an amount greater than $5,000. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Baum renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Gillespie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for the previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 1450 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 16 nays, 4 present, not voted.
House Bill 1450, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a bill from the Thursday, April 16th calendar, item 31 on that calendar, Senate Bill 1900 by Representative Capley relative to first responders.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Capley renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you give us a brief description of the bill?
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, absolutely. When Tennesseans call 911, they expect one thing. They expect someone to show up ready and willing to help. That's a responsibility that they take, and it falls on their shoulders. They're not asking for special treatment. They're not asking for any favors. They're asking for a system that works. That's exactly what we're doing here. If you assault a member of EMS, then you're going to get a felony, okay? And we had some discussion yesterday about what a first responder is. And in our code, if you want to look at it, it is 3913-116. A first responder means a firefighter, emergency services personnel, or other person who responds to calls for emergency assistance from a 911 call. That's what a first responder is. There's also some questions yesterday about assault. What is assault? 3913-101. A person commits assault when intentionally and knowingly or recklessly causing bodily injury to another, intentionally or knowingly causing another to responsibly fear imminent bodily injury, or intentionally or knowingly causing physical contact with another, and a reasonable person would regard that contact as extremely offensive or provocative. Also, spitting. So those would be considered assault as well.
Leader Camper, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday, when we talked about this bill, there was a question about line of duty and official capacity. We got a copy of the law that talked about and distinguished the difference, and that it was basically the same. If you're in the line of duty, you're in your official capacity, this bill would apply. Is that correct?
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Leader, if somebody goes into a gas station or something like that, and that's not what we're going after, it's in the performance of their duty. Yes, ma'am.
Leader Camper.
Okay, thank you. And because earlier we had included linemen, and I know before we included nurses, it would apply to them as well. Is that correct?
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader, I would refer everybody back to, let's see. Sorry, I just had a 3913-116. First responder meaning a firefighter, emergency services personnel, or other person who responds to calls for emergency assistance from a 911 call.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In that same piece of legislation, I do think in one of the subparagraphs, it mentions nurses, first responders, firefighter. If that's for the misdemeanor? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Kaplan. All right. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's tacit objection. All right, we're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 15 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1900 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 15 nays, one present not voting.
Senate Bill 1900, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Mr. Clerk, call up the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, we're back on today's calendar, item 18. Senate Joint Resolution 618, a resolution proposing an amendment to Article 6, Section 4 of the Constitution of Tennessee regarding residency requirements for judges. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the House completed the third reading of this resolution.
It's Tuesday's calendar. Shirley Hilton-Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Shirley Hilton-Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 618, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, 3 present, not voted.
After being read 3 times on 3 separate days, Senate Joint Resolution 618, having received a vote in the affirmative by the majority of the members of the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 114th General Assembly, I hereby declare it concurred and pursuant to Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the calendars except for House Regular Calendar 2 dated for today. First item, House Bill 1259 by Representative Capley relative to water. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Capley.
Mr. Speaker, that's House Regular Calendar 2 dated for today, Wednesday, April 22nd.
Lear Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's a little discombobulated. I moved to roll 2 spaces.
Without objection, roll 2 spots. Call up the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1455 by Chair Lady Littleton relative to artificial intelligence.
Speaker Pro Tem Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we roll this to tomorrow's calendar.
Without objection, roll to tomorrow's calendar. Mr. Clerk, call up next bill.
Item 3 by Representative Travis, House Bill 2174 relative to judges. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2469.
Chairman Travis moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2469, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2469 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Travis moves passage of Senate Bill 2469 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment 1, Sam as Senate Amendment 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill today that we have before you is to allow current judges to carry a handgun or weapon inside any building in which judicial proceedings are in progress or not in progress. The enhanced handgun training courses are certified and must be completed every year. And this comes that I had a judge that was shot in front of the courthouse after a divorce proceeding. So that with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Travis renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you speak to what the training requirement was? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Chairman Travis, can you recognize?
Yeah, they have to take an enhanced handgun training every year.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this your last bill, my friend?
Chairman Travis.
Yes, my friend, this is my last bill.
Lear Lambert.
Will you plan on running for judge or something?
Chairman Travis.
Now, I was expecting a party after this is over.
Lear Lambert.
2012 is a long time ago, my friend. There's a few of us left in here, but thank you very much for your service to this state. You'll be missed. We all appreciate your friendship, your warm smile, and the fact that Clark just took your picture and you posed like it was for glamour shots. So anyways, congratulations on your last bill.
We are 3 for 3 today. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2469 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 2 nays, 2 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2469 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, back to item 1, House Bill 1259 by Representative Capley, relative to water. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on desk.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 639.
Representative Capley moves substitute form Senate Bill 639, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 639 on third and final consideration.
Representative Capley moves passage of Senate Bill 639 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call the first amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment, move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Capley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simple legislation creates a pathway for utility districts to request permission to locate and replace the last section of pipe from the water meter to the building, and property owners will still have the right to refuse if they don't wish to have that work done on their property. That's all the bill does. And I renew my motion.
Representative Capley renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 639 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 639 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2327 by Representative Martin of Carroll, relative to student services. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on desk.
Chairman Martin, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2055.
Chairman Martin moves substitute and form to Senate Bill 2055, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2055 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Martin moves passage of Senate Bill 2055 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman White moves adoption Committee Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2327, members, is about parent choice and ensuring students with autism spectrum disorder receive the services they so desperately need. Currently, this is already happening in numerous counties across the state, and this would just help get us in line with those that are doing it. This would require LEAs or public charter schools to allow licensed private pay providers of applied behavioral analyst services or ABA services access to students during the school day on school grounds. This bill puts a solid framework and guardrails in place to ensure it's done properly, non-disruptive, and best interest of the child. This bill is about meeting a child where they are, providing the services they need to succeed, and doing it in a collaborative approach for our students. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Martin renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Sponsor, thank you for bringing this bill. I know you've worked very diligently and very hard on this bill to get it to where we are today. So I want to commend you for that. Whatever we can do to help these young children, we should be doing. And just wanted to give you a compliment on that, sir. So thank you. Look forward to voting for it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2055 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, no nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2055 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2075 by Chairman Terry, relative to clinical trials. Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill's on desk.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2149.
Chairman Terry moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2149, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2149 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Terry moves passage of Senate Bill 2149 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, committee amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Health Committee Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw this one too.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 3.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment rewrites the bill. Move to adopt, defer to the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Hicks moves adoption of committee amendment number 3. Party seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee faces some of the highest rates in the nation for opioid use disorder, veteran suicide, and maternal mortality tied to mental health and substance use disorder. So we don't need more statistics. We need solutions. Just this past weekend, President Trump issued an executive order accelerating federal research into treatments like Ibogaine for traumatic brain injury, opioid use disorder, and PTSD. This bill simply ensures that Tennessee research institutions can participate in those FDA-approved clinical trials by providing clear legal authority and protections. I renew my motion.
Chairman Terry renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. Thank you so much for bringing this bill, and thank you to the Finance Committee for getting this moved up. I've been in conversation a lot with a group of former Navy SEALs and Green Berets, men who have served many deployments overseas. And I think I can fairly communicate from them to you their appreciation for you carrying this bill. We have spent decades now at a constant state of war. All volunteer forces, and they go wherever we send them around this globe, and they do whatever we ask them to do. And so this opportunity to be able to provide an avenue for help is so appreciated by that group of people. You and I heard the same testimonies, I think, in Veterans Caucus, that wives said that they got their husbands back as a result of these treatments. And so to enable these clinical trials and to get Tennessee in that process means a lot to the volunteer state. So thank you so much. Thank you for pulling this up.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2149 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 84 and 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2149 have received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 650 by Deputy Speaker Zachary, a resolution to support the effort to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education and restore authority over education to the states.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 650.
Deputy Speaker Zachary moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 650. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Deputy Speaker Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Trump administration has made it clear that education belongs to the states and the U.S. Department of Education needs to be dismantled. Education is a state and local responsibility. The Constitution is silent on the power and the power of federal education, the role of federal education in the government. So the 10th Amendment reserves those rights to the state. Tennessee knows how best to serve our kids, not Washington bureaucrats. State control drives innovation, accountability to parents, and competition between districts. Since its creation in 1979, the Department of Education has done nothing but expand from federal control and increase regulations without improving student outcomes. Outcomes haven't improved despite massive spending growth. Inflation-adjusted K through 12 spending per pupil has roughly tripled since the 1970s, yet NAEP long-term reading and math scores for 17-year-olds are essentially flat since the 1970s. International achievement rankings remain flat at similar levels. The federal department has not delivered on results that justify its existence. The department is the definition of bureaucracy without results. The department now has 4,000 employees, and just 2 years ago, a budget of $260 billion under the Trump administration. The new proposed budget is $80 billion. That most of that money gets sent back to the states with strings attached. You can look up, there's 7 different categories for the strings that are attached to the states and the requirements. Many of those have multiple subcategories. We can eliminate the middleman, cut overhead, and bring a higher quality of education to Tennessee, doing it the Tennessee way through a Tennessee Department of Education. Tennessee needs to take proactive steps to assume the authority that rightly belongs to Tennessee and families. By passing this resolution, we'll support the Trump administration's restoration of state authority, but will pave the way for Tennessee to take the driver's seat in providing the best educational outcomes for our family. I'm sure Chairman Sapicki can probably correct some of these statistics, Mr. Speaker. But again, if we do things the Tennessee way, we're going to see much better outcomes for our students. With that, I renew my motion.
Deputy Speaker Zachary renews his motion. Representative Sapicki, your name was called. Representative Sapicki.
Mr. Speaker, move previous question.
Previous question been called. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote, please.
Aye, 6-6, 21 nays.
Previous question prevails. Chairman Clements, for what purpose?
Motion to adjourn.
That's the proper motion. Properly seconded. Non-debatable. We're on the board. All those in favor? All right. Motion to adjourn. All those on the board, all those in favor to adjourn, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 21, 6 nays.
Motion fails. We're voting on Senate Joint Resolution 650. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 650, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 19 nays.
Senate Joint Resolution 650, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurring without objection. Most for serious table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2317 by Representative Barrett, relative to Tennessee Anti-Grooming Act.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2317 on third and final consideration.
Representative Barrett moves passage by second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption. Committee Amendment Number 1, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates the new offense of grooming a minor and also an offense of grooming a minor while in a position of trust. This bill will provide a much-needed tool for law enforcement and district attorneys across the state to be able to protect our children with hopes of preventing those that would do harm to our children and catching them in the act of grooming before they actually attack their children, the children of the state. I want to thank the Speaker for working with me to get this bill out from behind the budget, along with the budget team, the finance team. Thank you all for making this possible today. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative Barrett renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection? Oh, Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Representative Barrett, the sponsor, a couple weeks ago, we had a national case that was brought up of a Republican school board member inappropriately touching a student in Washington County. I haven't heard a lot from the other side about calling for his resignation, but he touched the student and said, "You're hot." And this was not the first time that this Republican Washington County school board member was called out for inappropriate behavior with students. Do you believe that your bill would apply to the school board member from Washington County in this instance? Would that be considered grooming under your legislation, Representative Barrett?
Representative Barrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll look at the language of the bill, it explains and spells out what the elements of an offense of grooming a minor are. I'll read them for you. The person engages in a course of grooming conduct directed at a minor with the specific intent to A, commit or facilitate the commission by another person of a sexual offense or violent sexual offense as defined in section 4039-202 against a minor, or B, cause or induce the minor to engage in a simulated sexual activity that is patently offensive or sexual activity. And two, the minor is under 13 years of age and the person is 18 years of age or older, or B, the minor is at least 13 years of age but less than 18 years of age and the person is at least 10 years older than the minor. That is the definition under the bill of what constitutes offense of grooming a minor.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. And Representative Barrett, I just want to be clear, I support your legislation. I'm just trying to get some things on the record for clarification. Another instance, we had a Republican legislator named David Byrd who engaged in inappropriate behavior with students he was supposed to coach. And from what I'm hearing, how you describe the bill, this Republican lawmaker who used to sit in this chamber, would that be considered grooming under this legislation?
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for the question. It gives me the ability to define the bill a little bit, explain the bill a little bit more thoroughly. There is a section that lists certain things that are not covered by the bill. So the bill does not prohibit a person from engaging in any of the following: A, teaching curricula on human sexuality, sexual health, or sexually transmitted diseases in accordance with state law and applicable educational standards. B, the diagnosis, examination, or treatment of a minor by a licensed healthcare provider acting within the scope of professional practice. C, communicating with a minor in the course of a lawful investigation to determine whether the minor is dependent, neglected, or abused. D, age-appropriate conversations about puberty, human sexuality, or personal safety conducted by the minor's parent, guardian, or sibling. E, physical contact that is customary and appropriate to a legitimate professional, educational, athletic, or caregiving role, provided that such contact is not part of a pattern of conduct undertaken with the intent described in subdivision B. Or F, conduct by a law enforcement officer or a person acting at the direction of a law enforcement officer in the course of a lawful investigation or undercover operation. So, Representative, I understand the question that you're getting at. I know the angle that you're coming at from here. This bill has nothing to do with political questions or trying to drag people's name through the mud that are no longer a member of this body. We're trying to protect the children of this state, and I hope that you will join me by voting for this bill.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. Thank you. And as I stated to you, Representative Barrett, I support your legislation, but I just want to be clear that when it's come to the history of this body, that we did not have the same type of commitment to protecting victims of grooming and of molestation and of child abuse. And I think we have to call that out because we don't want to be hypocritical when we look at the history of who has sat in this chamber, who members from Washington County have been silent about their own school board member engaging in grooming. When it comes to being a Republican member. And so I would support this bill, happy to vote for it. But I think that what members of the other side might need is some reflection as to why you've been silent so many times when members of your own party, when members of your own congregations, priests and pastors have engaged in grooming and molestation. And I think it's something that we have to take seriously, and we have to protect our children at all costs. And it's been very inconsistent when we look at the history of the Republican side of the aisle. So with that, I thank you for the bill, and I'll be voting for it. Representative Barrett.
Representative Barrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I probably should just renew my motion right here. But members, this bill is extremely important. It's far more important than standing up and scoring political points for your party or yourself to try to grandstand on this stage and take the spotlight away from what this bill is doing. If I were so inclined, I could use the next minute and 54 seconds listing all the Democrats that have been in trouble with the same stuff that you're talking about. And there is a long list. So,
Representative Jones, you shout out one more time, you'll be under the rule, man. You better stop. Speaker Zachary, you recognized.
Move previous question.
Nope. Previous question been called. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. All those in favor of House Bill 2317 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
House Bill 2317 have received constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. The most for considered table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 1022, Chair Lady Rudder, resolution providing installation of the bus, state capitol in honor of Ann M. Davis, the founding mother of Great Smoky Mountains National Park.
Chair Lady Rudder, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm moving to concur on SJR 1022.
Chair Lady Rudder moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1022. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Rudder, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was brought this resolution, it's to honor a lady named Ann M. Davis. I didn't know anything about Ann M. Davis. So while I was sitting at my desk, I wrote down a few things about Miss Davis. And if you'll bear with me, I want to talk about her for a minute before I read this resolution, because she is a woman, a force to be reckoned with. This is just a thumbnail sketch and certainly not in depth about Miss Davis, but Miss Davis visited the Yellowstone National Park in 1923, and she was inspired by the beauty of that park. And so she thought, well, you know, the Great Smoky Mountains, beautiful Tennessee. So it became her, I don't know if it was her life's work. I didn't get that far into it, but she decided that would be something that she thought would be wonderful for Tennessee. So she started on a mission to have the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. In 1924, the proposal to acquire the land in the Tennessee legislature stalled. And about that time, there was an empty seat in the Tennessee House of Representatives, and she ran for that seat. And in 1925, she was sworn in. During that time, and I will mention that the ratification, the election was less than 5 years after the ratification of the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. And in 1925, the land was purchased to build the Great Smoky Mountain National Park. So that is just a little something about Miss Ann B. Davis, and I'm extra proud to be carrying this resolution. So SJR 1022 is a resolution providing for the installation of a bust in the state capitol to honor Ann M. Davis, the founding mother of the Great Smoky Mountain National Park. And I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Rudder renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Leader Lamberth, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So outside this chamber, obviously there are two empty alcoves. And Representative Rudder, I am very, very, very pleased that one of them, hopefully if everybody supports this, will be filled with, for the first time in this state's history, a lady who served in this chamber and ran for public office. And I, like you, have spent the day studying up on Miss Davis. And because I thought at first, like, okay, who is this person? I don't know enough about them to see if they have enough historical significance to be in an alcove outside of this chamber. And without question, she absolutely does. But one of the neatest things that for me, and I say this as someone who stands here as a proud member of the Republican Party, but as a Republican and as a lady, 4 years after women in this state got the right to vote, she ran for public office. And the reason is she wanted to have, absolutely, yes, clap for that. And at a time when that was bizarre, only 2 or 3 other ladies had run for public office at that point and been elected. But Miss Davis stood up and said she had been trying to sell this idea of having the Great Smoky Mountain National Park, as you said, and people just weren't listening. So she did the same thing all of us have done when we have issues that we're passionate about. She ran for state representative, and guess what? Folks started listening a little bit more. And her and her husband embarked on this, and she was apparently a force to be reckoned with. But she also took these mule train rides up into the mountains with her fellow state representatives. So they would say, look, why in the world would we want that stump swamp up there? Because the loggers had it to be a state park or a national park, either one. She said, won't you come on down and check it out? And can you imagine that 100 years ago, somebody telling somebody that, and they all head down into East Tennessee to check this out? I don't know. If you have the time at all, spend some time reading up on her. She's absolutely worthy of recognition and being in an alcove outside of this chamber. And 100 years ago, she was on this chamber advocating for things for her district. It's just a neat thing to do. I really hope that there are hands in the air so that we can all come together around this and that this doesn't evolve into some kind of stupid political fight, because it's a really good thing. So thank you for bringing the resolution. I sure as heck will support it, and it's a great thing to do. Thank you.
Chairman Rutter.
Thank you for your comments, and I couldn't agree more. I renew my motion.
Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that Ms. Davis is very deserving of this, and just wondering, if this passes, will there be room out in the hall for the bust of the shadow mayor?
Yeah, we're not answering now. Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 1022, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, 1 nay.
Senate Joint Resolution 1022 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion reads series table. Chair Lady Rutter, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Clerk, call the next bill.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 1747 by Chair Lady Rutter relative to discharge of a firearm.
Chair Lady Rutter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1747 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Rutter moves passage of Senate Bill 1747 on third and final consideration by second. Mr. Clerk, call the next amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Rutter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here I am again to talk about to talk to you about a gentleman named Mr. John Cobb that was shot in my district on the 4th of July at it was a celebratory situation. A gun was shot into the air at a fireworks celebration. And as he was leaving the event, the bullet came down and struck him in the head. They thought he had a heart attack, but he died from the bullet wound to his head. And his family asked me, and they also included Chairman Kumar, whose district he lived in. It happened in my district, to carry legislation to make people think twice before they shot a gun into the air in a celebratory fashion. So that's how Senate Bill 1747 became an idea. So it will make it a Class A misdemeanor if a person recklessly discharges a firearm into the ground, the air, the body of water, or an object in proximity to a person if the firearm is discharged at a public gathering or a public event where there are at least 25 people in attendance at the time of the discharge. The other part of this legislation is this information must be included in all department-approved handgun safety courses. I hope that you can support me in this legislation. I ask for your support and I renew my motion.
Chair Rudder renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, thank you for bringing this. I understand completely where your heart is at, and I actually support what you're trying to do. I just have a question about the language of the bill itself. What I'm trying to pin down two things. One, this definition of place of public gathering. It seems kind of broad and general. I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure if there is anything in the law that defines what a place of public gathering is. Do you have any idea on what that would be limited to, what that would apply to?
Chair Rudder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it applies to a similar situation of what we're talking about that happened to Mr. Cobb. It would be, this legislation is speaking to a celebratory event like the 4th of July or New Year's Eve, where somebody might be inclined to shoot a gun into the air in a celebratory fashion. That sort of situation is what this piece of legislation speaks to.
President Barrett.
Thank you. And that's what I thought that you were trying to get at. The way this is drafted, the or that's in between place of public gathering and at a public event, it appears to me, the way I'm reading this, and I don't think this is your intent, but it appears to say that you can be charged with this offense if you discharge your firearm at a place of public gathering or at a public event where there are 25 people or more. So the way I'm reading this, the way it's drafted on the paper, it appears to me that someone could interpret this to charge you with a crime if you're at a place of public gathering and discharge your weapon with nobody around you because of where that or is. My preference would be, and if you would accept the friendly amendment, to change that or to an and. If you change that or to an and, then this becomes applicable to discharge of a firearm in a place of public gathering and at a public event that's going on at that place of public gathering with 25 or more people there. This or, I think, leaves open to interpretation that may have unintended consequences.
Chair Lady Rudder.
I appreciate your comments, but before I brought this legislation, I had it vetted through the district attorney, this executive director of the district attorney. Yes, it's Mr. Crump. And he didn't have a problem with the way this was drafted. And so therefore, I would decline your amendment.
Representative Barrett.
Well, I appreciate the work that you've done on it. And look, we've all done this where we worked on these things and sometimes something slips through. Without that change, I can't vote for it, but I would like to. I'd like to actually support what you're doing here. I just can't the way it's currently drafted. So thank you.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question calls their objection. Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1747, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 63, 18 nays, none present, not voting.
House Bill 1757 having received the constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1966 by Chairman Farmer relative to the Department of Children's Services. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1622.
Chairman Farmer moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1622, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1622 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 1622 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Judiciary Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chair Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as amendment, we move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, it provides for a statewide quality assurance program within the Department of Children's Services to ensure consistent, high-quality service delivery across the state of Tennessee. We want to make our children the number one priority, and this is one step in the right direction. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1622, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, no nays.
Senate Bill 1622, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1702 by Representative Bricken relative to study of emergency communications. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1898.
Representative Bricken moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1898, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Bricken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1898 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bricken moves passage of Senate Bill 1898 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State and Local Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Committee Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bricken, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I truly care about the 911, Tennessee's 911 system. And when you care about something, you want to see it improve. There's a lot of inconsistencies in operation structure and funding distribution in the 911 system. This is a request to do a TASER study, to do a deep dive in some of the issues that I raised that are needed to be addressed. So with that, I request everyone sign as co-sponsors on this bill with me, and I will certainly request that, and I renew my motion.
Okay, I got you. All right. Representative Bricken renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Barrett.
Representative, this may surprise you. I've actually just submitted a sign-on sheet because I agree with you. This is very, very important. And making sure that we're digging in and investigating to make sure we have all the data and information necessary for us to make good decisions, I'm all for it. And I support what you're doing. Thank you.
Representative Bricken.
I renew my motion.
Representative Bricken renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1898, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change the vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Senate Bill 1898, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed by objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Ms. Clerk, call up next calendar. Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up House Message Calendar 3 at this time.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call up first message.
Senate Bill 419 by Chairman Boso, relative to remedies and special proceedings. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, Senate appointed a conference committee.
Chairman Boso, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Boso moves to accede to the request of the Senate and asks that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Probably seconded. Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Boso, Representative Carringer, Representative Terry, and Representative Salinas. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2157 by Leader Lambert and others relative to law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, the Senate substituted House Bill 2157 for Senate Bill 2405, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 2157 as amended.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment Number 2.
Leader Lambert moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you describe the amendment for us, Mr. Leader?
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
This is the task force bill. It cleaned up some of the language and allows for them to consult with one another. It has TBI initiated agreements and it deals with the nuts and bolts of how this works.
Leader Camper.
The nuts and bolts of how the safety task force is going to work. Could you be a little more?
Leader Lambert.
Could you be a little more?
The other thing it does, it also puts a sunset provision in it for July 1st, 2029.
Leader
That's
Camper.
the other new part besides what I just described.
Leader Camper.
This is the task force, Tennessee Safety Task Force. Okay.
Leader Lambert.
right.
Leader Camper.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment Number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 19 ayes.
Senate Amendment Number 2, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2177 by Chairman Slater, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, the Senate substituted House Bill 2177 for Senate Bill 2351, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 2177 as amended.
Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment caps the annual authorizer fee at $463,000. I move to concur in Senate Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Slater moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment Number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 60, 22 nays, 8 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment Number 2, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up House Consent Calendar 2 at this time.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's House Consent Calendar 2, dated for today.
Chair Lady Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of the consent calendar on third and final consideration in accordance with Rule 50.
Chair Lady moves passage of the consent calendar. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Chair Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 41, HGR 1603, at the request of Representative Brooks, I would ask that all members voting in the affirmative be added as co-prime sponsors, with the Davidson County delegation being listed first.
Without objection, all exclusions duly noted. Representative McCalmon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I am out of order, I will gladly be so. But I would like to extend my deepest appreciation for Chair Lady Moody, being that this is probably the last Rule 50 celebration that we're going to have. I appreciate her greatly. It has been my greatest honor to serve as your vice chairman on calendar rules. I wish you well, and thank you for just being and I hope you don't take this in offense, to being the grandmother of this body. You are amazing. We love you. We will miss you.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the young man from Williamson County, our dear colleague, as he celebrates the chairman, we're probably going to have 2 or 3 more consent calendars tomorrow.
Oh. All right. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those members in favor of the consent calendar, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, is any member which change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Having received the Constitution majority, I declare consent calendar passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Representative Powell, for what purpose?
I know I'm out of order, Mr. Speaker, but we just passed, it was on there for Trooper Bennett. And he's one of the first people we see when we enter this garage in this building every single day. He's been a friendly face that always is encouraging to us. So I just want to make sure we all knew that. And I'm proud to see him on that. So thank you.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up House Message Calendar 2 at this time.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, call it first message.
House Bill 397 by Representative Vital, relative to sales taxes. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, substituted House Bill 397. Senate Bill 211, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 397 as amended.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply changes the effective date from July 1, 2026 to January 1, 2027. With that, I move to concur in Senate Amendment Number 1.
Representative Vital moves to concur in Senate Amendment Number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Amendment Number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 3 nays.
Senate Amendment Number 1, having received the Constitution majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. The most reconsidered table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 714 by Chairman White, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, the Senate adopted the Conference Committee report and made it the action of the Senate.
There's a process. Just hang on. Y'all talked about the process. Let's let the process work out. Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I bring before you Senate Bill 714, which is the majority conference committee report on a piece of legislation that actually 1 year ago today, April 22nd, 2025, we passed this legislation on the House floor. We did not line it up with the Senate at that time, so we held it. And now we have been working on that for the past year, and we've been working the Senate, and now I bring to you this minority report. So, Mr. Speaker, if I could make a few comments as we get into the actual gist of the bill, I would like to move forward. Members, we have spent considerable time on this legislation over 2 years, and rightly so, because every decision we make in this chamber about public education is ultimately a decision about a child in a classroom somewhere in Tennessee. And that's what is before us today. We have worked for years to improve educational outcomes across the state, but gaps in performance still exist. Over the last 2 years, we have worked on a solution to help support some of our lowest performing districts. We have reviewed national models, visited districts making dramatic improvements, and built a real Tennessee solution. This bill is not about any one district. It is not about any one city or county. It is an important component in our statewide accountability framework that applies uniformly to every local education agency in the state of Tennessee and helps us continue the incredible progress Tennessee has already made, moving this state from 38th to 24th in reading proficiency and from 45th to 13th in math proficiency on the national state ratings. To give you a brief overview of what this bill does, the bill has 6 performance measures before a district would fall into. If the proficiency failure is 50% or more of the students are not proficient, if they have 25% or more of the schools that have a D or F letter grade, if they have 25% or more of chronic absenteeism, persistent priority schools, audit failures, and leadership instability, then this legislation, if you hit 4 of 6 of those, then this legislation establishes a 9-member board of managers, 5 appointed by the governor, 2 appointed by the Speaker of the House, and 2 appointed by the Speaker of the Senate. And that board of managers will be in place for 4 years, and they will have oversight over all areas of an LEA, such as teacher qualifications, teacher retention, class size, quality and availability, mentoring programs, professional development, student demographics, discipline and school safety, facilities, available grants, et cetera, et cetera. So we put in place, and to finish up, members, it is the constitutional responsibility of the General Assembly in Article 11, Section 12, that we have the constitutional responsibility to do this. Members, this legislation is about the promise we make every child in Tennessee that their zip codes will not determine the quality of their education, and that this General Assembly will not look away when the promise is being kept. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the majority report, and at the appropriate time, I will move for passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have at the desk a minority report on Senate Bill 714.
Representative Parkinson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. If you will, I will explain the minority report. Mr. Speaker and members, I'm here to present the minority report and to respectfully ask that you hear this report and listen with an open ear. Before I address the constitutional issues, I want to clearly explain the difference between the majority report and the minority report because that difference matters. The majority report creates an oversight board with real governing authority. The board can approve or reject budgets, control spending decisions, override the actions of the locally elected school board, and even remove leadership, teachers, contractors, and more. It is complete unchecked power. The minority report does not do that. The minority report provides oversight through transparency, review, and accountability, but it keeps decision-making power where it belongs with the elected officials chosen by the people. Then, if this doesn't work, it pivots to the harsher version of the majority report. That is the difference before us today. Control versus accountability. Centralized authority versus local governance. Now, members, let's look how this bill actually operates. The majority bill sets out 6 criteria that determine how a district can be placed under the level of state control. But when you examine those criteria closely, the issues become very clear. Criteria number one, the LEA's proficiency rate. Under criteria number 1, 80%, members, these are your districts, 80% of the school districts in the state of Tennessee qualify under criteria number 1. Criteria number 2, 25% or more of schools managed and controlled by the district has schools that were assigned letter D or F. Under criteria number 2, 50% of the districts across the state of Tennessee qualify under criteria number 2. Criteria number 3, chronic absenteeism. 7% of the districts qualify. Criteria number 4, priority school designation. 2 districts qualify. And then when you go to criteria number 5 and 6, these are criteria that are tied to the audit findings initiated by the state, tied to leadership turnover, and this is where the bill becomes unconstitutional. Members, only 1 district qualifies under the final 2 criteria, Memphis and Shelby County Schools, and this criteria was created after the fact and was not in the original legislation that was passed last year. So while this bill is written as if it applies broadly, in practice it narrows and narrows and narrows until it lands on a single district, Memphis and Shelby County Schools. This is not a general law in effect. This is targeted application. And that brings us to the Constitution. Article 11, Section 8 of the Tennessee Constitution says, the legislature shall have no power to suspend any general law for the benefit of any particular individual, nor to pass any law granting to an individual or individual rights, privileges, or exemptions other than those extended to any member of the community who may bring themselves within the provisions of the law. Members, the Constitution requires equal application of the law. If a law is truly general, then any district that meets the criteria should be treated the same, but that is not what is happening here. Maury County has faced significant financial management issues, including federal penalties, deficiencies in accounting controls, and findings resulted in federal consequences for mishandling funds, including $4.6 million budget imbalance, $371,000 in IRS penalties, and over $20 million in discrepancies. Polk County had repeat audit findings. Overton County had documented instances of unauthorized expenditures, over $1 million in audit adjustments, and the list goes on and on. Yet none of these districts were subject to this level of state takeover. So we must ask this simple question. If the criteria is the same, then why is it different outcomes? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the minority report.
All right, Representative Parkinson moves adoption of Minority Conference Committee report. Any discussion? Representative Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the committee member. I don't necessarily want to call you the sponsor. Can you hear me? All right, great. I do have a couple questions I did want to ask you. How would this affect our Shelby County Commission as they are approving their budget if we are having to wait on the advisory board to make some decisions as far as budgeting with the school?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I think this is incredibly important for you to understand. I think this is something, an oversight that was missed in the legislation. This bill not only, well, the majority's bill not only gives them full oversight and authority over school boards, duly elected school board members, but it also inadvertently gives them oversight over your county commission as well. How does that happen? If the oversight board says no to that county school board budget, the county commission then cannot approve their budget until that oversight board says, now you can approve your county commission budget because we're saying that we're going to allow your school board to approve their school board budget. I think this was an oversight. I don't think it was well thought out. But remember, it starts with Memphis. Remember, charter schools started with Memphis, and now you all got them. Remember, the Achievement School District started with Memphis, and then you all got it. Remember, voucher started with Memphis, and now you all got it. The Achievement School District, $2 billion of your taxpayer dollars, your constituents' dollars, down the drain, never ever to be recovered again. We passed vouchers for Memphis, and it was over $100 million. Then we turned around and passed vouchers again to expand it for $300 million of your taxpayer dollars, your constituents. You ran on smaller government. This is an expansion of government. Many of you have to go back to your districts and run again. Don't go back to your districts and run on a lie because you said, I'm running on smaller government to reduce the size of government. How do you increase the size of government to reduce bureaucracy in government? Make it make sense. You expand more government by putting this board in place to reduce the bureaucracy in government that already exists. It does not make sense. And to your taxpayers, your constituents, who you said you would reduce their taxes, we've already seen this pattern over and over and over again. Charters first, expansion to your district. ASD, $2 billion, expansion to your district. And then vouchers, another $300 million this year that a lot of you voted on to your district. Here's how you redeem that vote to your constituents by voting for this minority report. Representative Harris.
I know. Representative Harris, you're recognized.
All right. So my next question is, will all of the members on the advisory board be from Shelby County?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on, under this legislation, yes. Based on the majority report, no. Because they will be able to choose a person to add to the advisory board that does not have to live in your counties. Now, let me say this again. We're getting it now. You are going to get it next. That has been the pattern. Charters first to Shelby, then you all got charters. ASD to Shelby, then you all got the ASD. Vouchers to Shelby, now you all got vouchers. You are next with this legislation.
Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the mechanism for after the advisory board is put in place for them to be dissolved at any point? What is that mechanism?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the minority report, if a district removes one of the criteria, and I think I need to go back to explain this a little bit better. Under the minority report, here's another difference. We removed so that we can avoid the lawsuit, so that we can be constitutional. We removed the two criteria, number 5 and 6, that specifically pertain to Shelby County. And we kept the first 4 criteria. And we said, if you achieve 3 of the 4 criteria, you will then get the same strategy in community oversight board or community advisory board that we applied in Hamilton County. If you remove one of those criteria under that advisory setup, you will then come out of this situation with having to have an advisory board. Now watch what we did. If you vote for the minority report, you're still going to be voting for the majority report. And let me explain that. Let me qualify that. If you don't come out from under that those first 4 criteria, you will then be moved into a harsher strategy of an oversight board, which mirrors the same language as that of the majority. Did that answer your question, Representative?
He's out of time.
Okay.
Representative Hakeem, wherever he may be. Representative Hakeem, I think you're on the list to speak. At Chairman Clemens' desk.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would only comment that in Hamilton County, the effort was to let the people closest to the young people have a voice in that committee, that group that is making the decisions. And I would hope that we give consideration to have persons who are closest to the children in Shelby County to participate more so than persons who may be from outside of the district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Hamilton County. Under the minority report, there will be an advisory board, but it will be a collaborative model with the school district. Now, I want you to keep in mind, this is coming to you. Shelby County first, all the rest of the districts second. Under the minority report, the advisory board and the school district are to work hand in hand to solve the problems that are listed in the criteria that qualified the school district to be in this space. Once one of those criteria is moved, then the school district is no longer under this criteria, and they'll be able to get back to their regular operation. And we hope that they will keep that advisory board as a partner to continue to make those improvements.
Representative Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me ask you a question. I don't like meddling in your business. Most of the time, I try to take the approach unless the state has to do it. We really don't want to do it, but if you look at the history here of mismanagement and you look at the history of poor performance, now the state has to say, what are we going to do about it? Your plan is 4 years from now, if things aren't any different, we'll go with what Chairman White says. My question to you is, and you might have mentioned some of this, what are you going to do different that's going to make an impact, that's going to change the mismanagement and change the poor performance between now and 4 years from now?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. And let me lead with this. We know that Memphis and Shelby County schools needs an intervention. I think we all agree with that. I think where we may disagree or differ a little bit is in how that intervention looks. We just passed last year a new set of interventions in how schools that were underperforming would be intervened in by the state. Some of that included having a consultant on the ground at the school to turn the school around. Some of it included some of the old Achievement School District ideas, and it was a mixture of everything that was involved in it. Here's what I vision, here's what I see for Memphis and Shelby County schools. Not a body that mutes the voice of the elected officials, because that is anti-democratic. And I know that each and every person in here believes in democracy and the power of the people to be able to cast a vote for their representative. Chairman Halsey, they exercise that democracy in making sure that you were here with us. That's how we got here. What I envision for Memphis and Shelby County is an advisory board made up of some of our greatest business minds, not there to step on the elected officials, but there to advise, mentor, guide, direct, and move us out of this space that we're in Memphis and Shelby County. I look at individuals like Richard Smith, who runs FedEx. I look at individuals like the Hydes in the Hyde Foundation, who runs AutoZone. I look at individuals like Lois Lambert, who has been on the ground working for people and teachers for years. Those individuals like that can assist us in guidance of our school board and our superintendent and help us come up with the strategy that will guide us and lead us out of this situation that we're in. Now, remember now, and I'm not trying to redirect here, but I think it's important to understand, to have context with this. Memphis and Shelby County schools, yes, we have challenges, especially under criteria number 1. But so does 80% of every other school district in the state of Tennessee. And if it were up to me, I would recommend that we all get some mentorship for our districts. You think about it. There are 99 people, 99 individuals in here representing different districts in the state of Tennessee. Out of that, 80 of us have districts that have performance where 50% or greater of our students have not reached the performance or their grade level performance that they should be at. 80 of us out of the 99, so there's a special 19 representatives in here that don't need this. But the rest of us, guilty. And we all need that intervention, not just Memphis and Shelby County. So Chairman Halsey, I hope that answered your question.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Parkinson, I heard you mention Hamilton County. So are you saying that the strategy you're using is the strategy that's being used in Hamilton County right now?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, ma'am. What my strategy does is this. In order for us to avoid this legislation being deemed unconstitutional and us coming back here for a special session and us costing the taxpayers more money because we have to come back here for a special session and undo an unconstitutional piece of legislation, what mine does is remove the unconstitutional portions of the legislation. It then changes it to if you receive 3 of the first 4 criteria, you qualify for an intervention. That first tier of that intervention would be the same intervention that we provided for Hamilton County Schools. Hamilton County Schools has an advisory board that advises their school board, not dictates to their school board, but advises their school board, and they work in a collaborative partnership. Now, let me finish with this. Now, if that does not work after 4 years and a possible extension, if the speaker says give them an extension, then we go to the majority report version of the legislation, which is the harsh portion of the legislation. So my legislation has both the tier 1 and the majority's language in my legislation as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Clear Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Parkinson, let's look at whether, let's say the school district starts to perform well, starts to turn around, it starts within 2 years, it's just, the advisory council came in, they're doing a great job. Does this report provides for an exit strategy to come from under the state should they start to turn things around, things are getting better, the grades are up, all the things that got them there are now better off? Is there an exit strategy within your proposal?
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the minority report, and let me again point out the differences, yes. Under the minority report, once one of the criteria is removed and you no longer have 3 of the 4 criteria, you can exit the strategy for intervention. Or you can voluntarily keep it if you want to. Under the majority report, it is an authoritative form of intervention that does not have an exit. And there's the ability to extend the intervention even if you don't have the criteria that qualified you to get into the intervention.
Clear Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was my question. Thank you, Representative.
Chairman Williams, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. Representative Parkinson, you have 2 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think it's important for us to note, I think that the majority of us in here respect the taxpayers' dollars, our constituents' dollars, but in some cases, we don't respect the taxpayer dollars as if they were our own in our own pocket. Members, under the Achievement School District, we spent $2 billion, $2 billion with the B, of the taxpayers' hard-earned dollars on a failed experiment that we were not willing to let go of, even though we saw that those schools that we dumped $2 billion into underperformed the schools that they took over. And I'm not trying to step on egos or step on personalities with this, but what I am trying to do is show you a pattern. We have a cultural pattern in the Tennessee legislature that we honestly need to come to terms with ourselves and be honest with ourselves about how we are stewards over taxpayer dollars. The people of Tennessee work hard. Everybody's not rich. We have a large large poverty concentration in our state, and people are working hard to get by. we have to be good stewards of their dollars that they pay to ensure that we can provide the services that they need. $2 billion wasted. The pattern has shown itself. We do it over and over again. Vote for the minority report. It gives you the best of both worlds of the majority report, but it also gives you great stewardship of the taxpayer dollars.
All right, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting the minority report, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 13, 72 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Motion to adopt the minority report fails. Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, appreciate your time on this. This is something didn't wake up this morning doing. Been working on this intensely for a number of years. I do want to point out one thing that was been said twice under the minority report. It was, if this doesn't work, after 4 years, then we'll do something else. We have 100,000 young people in that system, in the system under question right here. 8,000 graduating every year. 25% reading proficiency. That means 6,000 are coming out every year not proficient in math and reading. That affects their lifetime earnings, and that affects the workforce of our state. I do want to correct one thing. 2 names were mentioned in this, Mr. Pitt Hyde and Mr. Richard Smith. He mentioned on an advisory committee. They both support this majority report. Without going on, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion and ask this body to pass out the majority report on Senate Bill 714. Thank you.
Chairman White moves adoption of the majority report of the conference committee. Any discussion? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question in reference to the forensic, the $8-9 million that was spent by state dollars, and only 25% of that report audit was actually done before you and others came out to push this particular bill. Why was it done that way? Only 25% of the report.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the forensic audit was launched last, I think we started that, well, actually last summer before we got out of session, the forensic audit was established. As that first 6 million, they came back, the auditing people came back to us in December, and we had to increase it to 7.6 million. And the reason why is there is such dysfunction in the bookkeeping, in the business model, that they have been, and this is what forensically does, they had to go in and take 28 computers that don't talk to each other and then piece together 3 million emails to kind of get the answers that they should have been provided in this report. So it came back showing such dysfunction in that area that we asked them to go ahead and give us a preliminary report. And so we did that. That's where it was. I can guarantee you that when this comes out, when it finishes in the summer or the end of this year, we're going to see a lot more because of the evidence that has already come. So we're doing that. We're in session now. We can't wait any longer. We can't put this off any longer. So that's why we did what we did, and now we're bringing this bill to you.
Representative Miller.
So $9 million of taxpayer money, a audit, 25%, and you can guarantee us that the other 75%, you can make guarantees. How can you even make guarantees on that? What if, in fact, the 75% comes out positive? What would you think about that?
Chairman White.
We have seen, and I mean, you're only talking about money. I'm talking about academic performance of the students year after year after year. Don't just focus on the fiscal note. Focus on the young people in the system that are not being educated the way they should.
Representative Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is always about money. Education is one of the largest big businesses in this nation, in this state. So it's always about money. Shelby County school system is a multi-billion-dollar operation. So don't tell me that it's not about money. It is about money. Because throughout this entire process, you, along with others, have said, we want this audit. We want this audit. Once we get this audit, then we will make a decision if we want to take over the system. 25%. And what the 25% showed was a $1 million discrepancy. But you've already spent $9 million to find the $1 million out of a multi-billion-dollar system. That doesn't make sense. That's not your real reason why you're doing what you're doing. You want to control a multi-billion-dollar operation that's in the hands of elected individuals, which happen to be a majority African American community. That's your real purpose.
Chairman White.
I could not disagree with you more. I have been a citizen of the city that we're talking about for 60 years, and I love that city. And it grieves me that we never, ever move past below proficiency for the young people in that system. That's what it's about. It's not about money. It is about helping the young people. That is our constitution, to make sure the accountability is there so all of our young people can do what they should be doing.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, thank you for taking this question. And to the members across the aisle, thank you for not calling the question and allow us to ask questions. Chairman, you said it's not about the money. I'm gonna take you at your word. You said it's about young people learning proficiency. That's where I draw the line. 80% of school districts across the state have 50% or more that are not reading on proficiency level. So if it's about education, why are the other 80% of the school districts not included in a state takeover?
Chairman White, you're recognized.
It is our role as members of the General Assembly, when we deal with educational issues, we found 6 performance measures. Currently right now, and this is a statewide application should it ever need to be put into place, because we are responsible for all 147 school districts. Currently, there is only one district that meets 6 out of 6. There are only 6 other districts that meet 3 out of the 6. So I would hope that they take notice and say, hey, we got to make sure that we're doing great. So this is a statewide application, but right now, 4 of the 6 measures are being met by a particular district, and we're addressing that.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, you're the chairman of the Education Committee, so I'm sure you know this, what I'm about to say. And it does not have statewide application, number one, because when you added those other 2 measures, number 5 and number 6, a school district that has had 2 interim superintendents in the last 4 months, that does not apply statewide, and that was after the fact. And when you added
the fact that if the comptroller is auditing your school district, that does not apply to all of the statewide application. Now, if it did, then those school districts like Maury County would have been added to this list if it did, but it does not. Y'all found a way to try to separate the comptroller initiating an audit versus the annual audit that is delivered every single year. So you have singled out Shelby County schools under your proposal. Here's something that I do want to make sure that I'm sure you know, but I think it's important to put it on the record. Y'all, according to this, if you listen to this, Shelby County Schools is the absolute worst school district in the state of Tennessee. When I talk to some of my colleagues, they say, oh man, Shelby County Schools is terrible, it's horrible. But again, all of our schools are horrible. 80% of them have students that are not reading proficiently, 50% or greater. But watch this. This comes from the Tennessee Department of Education. Memphis and Shelby County Schools received an advancing designation. What does advancing mean? The district is showing progress across key metrics, evaluated on achievement, growth, graduation rate, chronic absenteeism, English learner progress. The state recognizes MSCS as moving in the right direction overall. Now watch this. Check this out. Y'all do know that both state school districts meet 3 of the 4 criteria, the ASD and the Charter Commission. They meet 3 of the 4 criteria for takeover. Who is going to take over the state school districts? Think about that. Let me show you point one more thing out about this whole experiment. Did y'all know that the Achievement School District was a level 1 school? Memphis and Shelby County Schools was a level 5 TVOS school district. Y'all, under the policies, I don't want to say y'all's, ours, we were taking over schools in the level 5 TVOS district and moving them into the level 1 TVOS district and paid $2 billion to do it. Make it make sense, guys. Ladies, don't vote on this just because you've been told and it's partisan. Vote on this to protect your constituents and their taxpayer dollars. We can kill this bill and it all goes away.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a couple points that our friend from Shelby County made. You keep talking about one district. This is statewide application. Members, it is our responsibility as members of the Tennessee General Assembly. The Constitution says that we have to hold all of our districts accountable. These 6 measures are for the future, not just for this bill. If any district in the future falls into 4 of these 6, including the 2 that you just mentioned, then we need to look at it because we're failing the young people in that district. So you're talking about one district. I'm talking about the accountability measures to have excellent education across the state. We can be number 1, as I mentioned many times before. We've moved from the 45th and 46th down to the mid-20s, down to 13th place in math over these last 15 years. We can do even better. And if all of our districts are performing, we can move up to the top 5 in the nation, if not above that. And that is our goal. The 17 years I've been up here, been forced to be here, and the 12 years of education, we are moving in that direction. And so it is our responsibility to set accountability measures for all of our districts. And that's what this legislation does. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew our motion.
All right. Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Moon, Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 17 A's.
Previous question fails. We are voting. All those in favor of adopting the majority conference committee report, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 19 nays.
Conference committee majority report has received a constitutional majority. I hereby declare it adopted and made the action of the House. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1464 by Chairman Powers relative to salaries and benefits on April 22nd, 2026. Senate substituted House Bill 1464. Senate Bill 1907 adopted. Amendment 1 passed. House Bill 1464 is amended.
Chairman Powers, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Powers moves to non-concur without objection. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1536 by Representative Shaw relative to the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, Senate substituted House Bill 1536 for Senate Bill 1645, adopted Amendment 4, and passed House Bill 1536 as amended.
Representative Shaw, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in the Senate Amendment number 4. It was just a technical error made that the Senate corrected, so I move to concur.
Representative Shaw moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 4. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every single member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 78, 10 nays, 1 present, on vote.
Senate Amendment number 4, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1708 by Representative Capley relative to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, substituted House Bill 1708 for Senate Bill 1889, adopted Amendment 2, passed Senate Bill 1889 as amended.
Representative Capley, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur in Senate Amendment number 2.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1886 by Chairman Sapicki relative to local education agencies. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2026, the Senate substituted House Bill 1886 for Senate Bill 1912, adopted Amendment 3, and passed House Bill 1886 as amended.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this does is the internet usage policy will now apply to all employees of the LEA, and also appropriate measures to be taken if for an employee who violates this policy. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 3.
Chairman Sapicki moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 3. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Powell at Representative Salinas' desk.
Okay, can you expound on that? So basically now this was just for students, but now this policy also applies to teachers, administrators. Is that all? Is that correct?
Chairman Sapicki.
Yes, sir.
Representative Powell.
Okay, we don't trust the teachers and administrators to have the access to do these things. Can you speak on that? Why that's necessary?
Chairman Sapicki.
It's not pertaining to access to the internet. It's pertaining to access to internet inappropriate activities.
Representative Powell.
So what if a administrator or a teacher was trying to see if a content was inappropriate that someone was on and then went on that website to see if it was inappropriate? Would they be held accountable under this?
Hey, if somebody has their phone on speaker, can you turn it down over there? Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
That is the second part of this amendment they have, that they have to come up with a policy on how to address those issues.
Any further discussion? Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One quick question, sir. Thank you for all your work on this. Does this still require the email to be set up for the K through 5?
Chairman Sapicki.
Yes, the email will be set up for K through 5, but it'll be inactive until after 5th grade.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
I 69, 1983, present not voting.
Senate Amendment number 3, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1979 by Chairman White, relative to Department of Human Services. Mr. Speaker, the Senate substitute House Bill 1979 for Senate Bill 262, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1979 as amended.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1979 is one we voted on earlier today. It deals with the promising futures, talking about the child care affordability and availability. The Senate has added an amendment, which I'll just read it to you, including any federal temporary assistance for needy families or TANF funds set aside to be transferred to the Child Care and Development Fund, CCDF, immediately after the language, state child care and assistance. So it's an amendment, and I do concur with the Senate amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
I 77, 3 nays, 5 present not voting.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2102 by Representative Boyd, relative to Public Utility Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendments 2, 3, and 4.
Chairman Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to receive from our action and adopt amendment numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2156 by Chairman Baum, relative to tax exemptions and credits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate substituted House Bill 2156 for Senate Bill 2151, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2156 as amended.
Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Baum moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 1 nay, 1 present not voting.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2283 by Chairman Crawford, relative to tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to receive from the action in adopting amendment number 1.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2314 by Representative Fritz, relative to obscenity and pornography. Mr. Speaker, the Senate refused to receive from its action in adopting Senate Amendment 1.
Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action in non-concurring in Senate amendments number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Fritz moves to refuse to receive from our action in non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference. Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action in non-concurring in Senate amendment number 1. And
Yes, sir. Without objection, we refuse to recede. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2366 by Chairman Hawk, relative to public planning.
We're going to rewind the tape a little bit. Representative Fritz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do move that we appoint a conference committee to be a conference committee be appointed and to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Fritz moves to refuse to receive from our action or non-recurring consent amendment 1 that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee of the Senate to resolve the differences between two bodies, probably seconded. Without objection, the motion carries. I report the following members: Representative Fritz, Representative Renaud, Representative Travis, and Representative Bain. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2366 by Representative Hawk, read to the public.
Chairman Hawk, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our conflict with the Senate was in the date of implementation, which we agreed to set as August 1st of 2026. Mr. Speaker, I move we adopt the conference committee report, thank all of those members, and make it the action of the House.
Chairman Hawk moves adoption of the conference committee report, makes it the action of the House. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 16 nays.
Conference committee report, having received the constitutional majority, I hereby declare it adopted and made the action of the House without objection. The motion for reconsider table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2367 by Representative Langford, relative to Tipton County. Mr. Speaker, the Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 2.
Representative Langford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to recede from our action in adopting amendment number 2.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2422 by Representative Martin, relative to education. Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Martin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to non-concur to the Senate Amendment number 2.
Without objection, we non-concur. Chairman Faison, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, many of y'all are very aware that there comes a time in a young freshman's life that he's on the House floor that he actually needs to chair something. And it's vitally important that that chair learns to chair right here on the House floor. So, Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that Representative Langford becomes the chair of the paper drive tonight on the House floor. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 10 a.m. on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026.
Without objection, the House stands in recess until 10 a.m. on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026.